On behalf of the FEI, welcome to Linz for another exciting leg of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Season 2025, where we eagerly await to discover who the contenders this year will be, and the action starts right here, right now. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series is a fundamental building block in our sport, teaching young athletes the importance of teamwork and companionship, all while allowing them to gain experience at international level. Over the course of the season, we will travel across Europe for 10 qualifiers, following which the best teams per region will come together in Lier from the 17th to the 21st of September to battle it out for the ultimate youth team trophy. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series offers a unique opportunity for our young stars to represent the nation, create unforgettable memories, and to kindle a fire for future international representation and success. Thank you to the organizers, partners, volunteers, and officials for providing the next generation of athletes with such an incredible platform to showcase their talent. We wish every nation competing here in Linz the best of luck, and to the fans that they have a great time while experiencing great sport.
Ja, maar kijk, nou weten we die dat dat goed is. Kijk, als we dat niet aan doen, dan weet je dat niet. Ik zou nou dat niet meer extreem zijn. Ik zou nou als je gaat rijden, moet je rijden voor die maximale dat wil dat daar niet uit wil gaan. Ja, en dan nu eens kijken. Ja. Nou, ik kan nou zo rustig opstaan. Ik kan gewoon lekker opstaan. Dan kijk ik op de rest van Nederland. Ja?
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, FEI Nations Cup Linz 2025 Children, eine internationale Springprüfung über 2 Runden. Der Parcours führt über 12 Hindernisse, 15 Sprünge. Die Bahn ist 420 Meter lang, die erlaubte Zeit 72 Sekunden. So, ladies and gentlemen, the FEI Nations Cup Children of Linz 2025, the international competition over 2 rounds. The course is 420 meters long, 12 obstacles and 15 efforts. The time allowed 72 seconds. Wir haben insgesamt in der ersten Runde im FEI Nations Cup Children 9 Teams am Start, wobei sich die besten 8 für die entscheidende zweite Runde qualifizieren. We have now in the first round 9 teams on the list. For the second round qualified the best 8 teams after the first round.
Morning all, welcome to the next leg of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup for Youth. It is round 4 of the season and we're going to kick things off here in Linz with the children and 9 teams coming forward. Looking forward to this, already having visited in the past few weeks. Where did we start off? We started at Centaur back at the beginning of April, and now this after we had a 2-week break. Now the 3 shows in quick succession. We've been to Compiègne in France, we were last week in Zinovic in the Czech Republic, and now in this beautiful setting here in Linz in Austria. So looking forward to all that comes our way today. We're going to have all 4 Nations Cups over today and tomorrow. Today we've got the children and we've got the ponies. 9 teams. Poland, Italy, the Netherlands, Hungary, Switzerland, Germany, Czech Republic, Romania and Great Britain, all in action in the first round. One of those, sadly, we will lose at the end of round 1, and we will only take, as ever, 8 into the second round. But let's kick things off with Melina Vocacci riding Dina, this lovely mare, Hanoverian. Hanoverian gelding, shall I start that again? This by Der Continus, taking us around this course as we start things off. Course designer is Marie-France. Marie-France, the 72 seconds is the time allowed. From the water, looping back round, triple bar, down to the combination, 9A, B, C, upright, parallel, upright. What a great start this is for the Polish team. Final line. 72 seconds, looks absolutely spot on. They're going to be just over.
0 Punkte an
One
den
penalty.
Hindernissen, leider ein Zeitstrafpunkt in
For the first to go for Poland,
75,9
picking up a single time penalty
Just
is
one
the
point
outright
72.91
start for
seconds.
Malina.
Und
So,
jetzt Kitra
great start, really. You've got to
die
say full
belgische
credit
Stute von
when you're the
Sander
first to go
von
in
der
the
Zittelfeld.
round of
Wir sehen
riders
uns,
to successfully get around for just a single time
Beatrice
penalty is
representing
a solid
Italy.
start. So the Italians up next, and this is Beatrice Dalanzi riding here with Kira Della Chiesa by Thunder Ventusutova, this Belgian warm blood, 15 years of age. As ever, we'll take the best 3 or 4 in terms of scores from round 1, and that total will carry through into round 2.
Und das die erste für die
Well done
Freirunde in der
to
Zeit,
Beatrice.
Beatrice Dalzini
She
für das Team
starts things off with a
Italien.
clear round for the
Today
Italian
round
team. What a
in
great
the
start for them, but
time
it's
for Italy.
you get a couple of good rounds early on in these
And it's
competitions. Really big
FEI
boost to the confidence for these young
Zachary,
jockeys,
von Wim
but at the
Vos,
same time
representing the Netherlands.
it just puts a bit of pressure on the ones to come, because you don't want to really be the first to run into any sort of problems. Through that double. Now, full of focus here is Wim Vos, the first of the Dutch team. Sarah Zachary Z. Nicely done on the 5 over that little plank. It's quite a solid set of planks to finish. Oh, he's that happy. He's taking his hat off. Oh, isn't that good to see? He's over the moon. He's delivered a clear round for his country. Well done, Wim Vos and Cyril Zachary Z. Great start for the Dutch as well. I tell you what, it's going well for these teams, and these jockeys are fully focused and riding quite brilliantly, but it is but the early stages. So 3 have gone, 2 clears, 1 on a time penalty. Now Hungary, And this is Laszlo Nimrod Ose riding Falika VA by Clarimo with Holstein Gelding is up next. Nice rhythm at the moment. Beautifully built course. They're managing it really well, but unfortunately on the fall. Setting up for that combination on the far side. Looking towards these final fences. Jump 10, then swing left to this 5-stride final line down to the Linz double. Oh, I should say Linz set of planks, really. Well, 4 it is as a final score, safe on the clock, but 4 it is for the first to go for Hungary. So, solid round. The advantage, though, is always with the clears, but when it's still the first riders and the first rotation of riders, you know you can discard things a little later. Swiss rider next up in this children FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth opening round is Sasha Descaralens riding Grithan Delaniers. And already with that fence down. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong part of my screen. So still good. Phew. Although on that occasion, even I saw it on the score of 4. Now that 8. That's a shame. Impressive time for what it's worth, but faults come first, and there are 8 of them there. So the first of the Swiss riders finishing on a score of 8. High score at this point. 4 more teams still to go in this first rotation of riders, 9 teams in total. We're going to move on to the first of the jockeys from Team Germany. Grace Isabel Kuhner riding Ocean. Next up, Belgian Warm Blood by Presley Boy. See, having a couple of poles over the water, so it's the poles that become faultable rather than the water itself. perfect start for Team Germany. They'll be over the moon. Well done, Grace, and well done, Ocean, delivering as they secure the third 0 score of round 1 here in this Children's Nations Cup. Tremendous news for the German team, as we'll look forward to seeing their other riders in action as we move on. Czech Republic up next. Of course, that's where we were last week in Zidovic. Now, this is Caroline Harshmanova riding Dickens LB. So we've got 3 teams having scored 0. 1 team on 1, 1 team on 4, 1 team on 8. From the opening riders of each team so far. Now, Carolina and Dickens LB. Quick round again. The horse jumping really well. What a start! What a start! Oh, we're seeing some superb riding. These horses all in such great form. The Czech Republic picking up their 0 score as well. Getting that clear early really helps, because then, you know, if it just goes slightly wrong with one of the other 3, you can then discard them, knowing you've already got one of your clears secured. So we now move to Romania. This is Biroka Bakarski, or Baskaskai, riding Quadir 7. So this mare by Quasimodo van der Moldendrief. On the 4, so as they come down to the combination, just looking to try and keep it there. And unfortunately, you can just see that coming. They were just getting pulled slightly towards the first part of that line. And now they're on the 8. Walker then finishing on the total of 8, so Romania matching Switzerland for an 8 penalty score. No one has scored more than 8 though, so it is just the 8 there. With one more team to go in this first rotation of riders, so far with 4 riders having picked up a 0 score for their nation. Maisie Riley, first of the British riders. Destiny is the name of the horse, and certainly a familiar sight. Different rider, but the TJ Hall Limited's Destiny by Tulan R, first of the British team. into this final line. Going to run out of time, unfortunately. Time penalties, but she keeps it to 3 rather than 4, and that might well prove key. As I've always said, if you're going to get time penalties, stop at 3, because it's when you hit 4 it really begins to work against you. But for the moment, it is a 3 penalty score, and leaving the fences up, I think, a nice little start there. So we've seen one member of each team so far. We have clear rounds from the first of the riders for the Italians, Dutch, German and Czech teams. 1 penalty from Poland, 3 for Great Britain, 4 for Hungary, and then 8 apiece for Switzerland and Romania. Inevitably, though, you can discard scores at the moment, and the rest of your teams can come in and jump clears, and you can still get to the end on a 0. Let's see what happens as we move into the second rotation of riders here. So we go back to Poland. Now, this is Alexandra Lerica riding here with Natago VDL. Ooh, what a shame. Just perhaps losing that contact a little bit as they came round the corner, and it's gone wrong again. Oh dear, for Poland. After the positive start of the single time penalty, sadly the elimination coming for Alexandra Lerica and Natago. And that is such a shame, because they were jumping really well. They were in a lovely little rhythm going round, but back from that. For the moment, though, Poland moving on to a team score of 1. The Italians, who did start with a 0 score, they got their clear round from Beatrice Delancey. Well, they have Rebecca Gressel riding Filibretto as the second of the team riders out there with this mare by Toulon. The U's and the R's, inevitably because the fence went down. Got again just a little short step, just getting a tiny bit too deep into that second to last, and they end up on a total of 8. For the second out then for the Italians, that was Rebecca Gressel there and Filibretto. Second of the Italian riders to go.
Bislang fehlerfreies Team der Niederlande, jetzt am Start mit Phantom Mass. Der Niederländer war auch von
using that 8 as a discard for the moment, and no, that clears from their final 2, can still bring them home on 0. The Dutch started with a spectacular round and a very happy clear round from Wim Vos. Now to their second rider, Fleur de Risca, riding Phantomos by Viceroy, this next to go. Gotta love the support. They're over the moon. The Dutch have really hit the ground running, and that showing a great bit of composure for Vladiska and the Dutch now with 2 of the 3 clears they need in round 1 to guarantee them a 0 score going into round 2. So looking to be very strong indeed. Now the Hungarians, who are next, with Sonja Varga and Vino. Vivo. I'll go with Vivo. The Hungarian team, who started on a score of 4, that coming from Laszlo, now their second rider. So she has a fence down, it'll move the team on to a total of 4. Ooh, just getting thrown a little bit forward. Just the 4th, and that's for the Hungarian team, keeping things relatively tight towards the top, but they do move on to a team score of 4. So with 4 teams gone, Hungary on a score of 4, Poland on a score of 1. Italy could yet still finish on a 0 score, and the Dutch certainly could finish on a 0 score because they've got the 2 clear rounds at the moment. The Swiss team started off with a score of 8. From their first rider, that was Sasha. Now the turn of their second rider. This is Johanna Bertel riding with Revenge as the next up by Le Bleu du Monde Venterustov. As it stands, of course, that pushes the Swiss team on to a total of 4. 5 because of the time. 72.47.47 over the 72 seconds for the second rider for Team Switzerland, but it moves the team score 1-5. That will count. The score there of revenge, because they'll hold the 8 penalties from Sasha and Gresante as the discards. So just begin to see the gaps opening up a little bit. Germany are up next. They, of course, they had the perfect start with Grace Kuhner. Now they've got their second rider to go. The turn now, Josephine Maria Frunenberger, riding Alwyn 16. Stallion by Aragon W. Again, sort of just coming out of nowhere, really, because they've been jumping well. And fingers crossed they can turn this back round and come back and jump it again. Now really benefiting from the clear we saw from Isabel as the first to go for the team. Well, they recover, but unfortunately with the time penalties, the score is one they'll definitely want to keep off the scorecard. For the moment, Germany can yet finish on a total of 0, but they are now in certain need of clears from Jos Speer and also their last rider, Max Golga. Well, the Czech Republic started strong. They got their clear round from Caroline Hammersmorova. Now they've got Bita Bushalova riding Chesto as the next up for this team. So, by Olmeta, scalding Dutch warm blood. Oh, 5 with the time penalty. Only still that one team then that's managed to secure a clear from both of the first 2 riders, and it will just be the Dutch team that will be able to so far boast that. Yet Germany and the Czech Republic, benefiting from the fact they had clears, could yet still finish on a 0 score.
For the team of Romania.
Well, Ina Maria Botaya here with Hessel. Captain Morgan, second rider out for Team Romania. This mare by Casgello. Romania, who picked up an 8 penalty score with Borca Pascai as their first rider to go. Adding a little bit more pressure to this round then for the second out. Coming to the combination, A, B and C. Now, just again a little bit concerned she might get a little bit tight to the time here because she's been quite steady. It's going to be nip and tuck with that time allowed. And she's just over, but it's still a solid performance to just pick up the 2. And from Romania's perspective, it means they move their team onto a total of 2, but still very strong round for Romania, making sure she never had a fence down. So one more rider to go in this second rotation. And it's Great Britain's second rider. Of course, just to remind you, the first of the British team was Maisie Riley and Destiny. They picked up a total of 3. Now it's Christina Cotton. GQRVZ is the second in the team. So, by Cicero Z, GQRVZ. If a fence falls, then the British team will have to count that 3 from their first rider. Coming now to the water jump, and then you turn right-handed back to this triple bar. Really steadying up, trying to find that stride into the combination, and unfortunately has the final part of the combination down. Safe on the clock, but it is a fence that's fallen. So at the moment the British team will then move on to a total of 3. I think we're going to take a little pause for some arena maintenance before we get the 3rd and 4th rider from each of these 9 teams. So to give you the scores as they stand at the moment, and these are best potential outcomes, i.e. the next 2 riders go clear. This is the best available score for the teams to finish on. Italy, the Netherlands, Germany and the Czech Republic could yet finish on a 0. The Dutch certainly, though, are best placed because they have the 2 clear rounds. 1 penalty for Poland, 2 for Romania, 3 for Great Britain, 4 for Hungary and 5 for Switzerland. Those are the scores so far. We'll be back in a moment or 2.
Bislang fehlerfrei geblieben, zweimal das Team der Niederlande. Und wir kommen in wenigen Augenblicken zu den dritten Reitern jedes Teams. FEI Jumping Nations Cup Children der ersten Runde. Die zweite Runde im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Children beginnt dann um 13 Uhr für die besten 8 Teams nach der ersten Runde hier, die sich für die entscheidende zweite Runde qualifizieren. Es geht nun weiter mit den dritten Reitern jedes Teams. Wir beginnen mit Polen. Jaminka B., die Niederländerstute von Cannabis Zetseny unter dem Sattel von Nela Dampk, representing Poland. Polen bisher ein
Welcome back. Here we go. We are with you in the first round of the Nations Cup, FEI. Jumping for youth, for the children here this morning. Round 1, we've seen 2 riders go from each of the teams, and now we're on to the third rotation of riders from these 9 teams. To remind you, only 8 teams go through into the second round, so whoever finishes at the bottom in round 1 won't be back in round number 2. There are still, though, 4 teams that could finish on 0. I think we'll start to get a sort of better judge of how things are moving for the teams after the third riders, is when I always think it starts to become a little bit more apparent. Now the Polish team, who kick things off in each round, now have Nela Dampk, and she's riding Jaminka P. This by Cannabis Z, the stallion. But the Polish team, with the difficulty of having had an elimination, thankfully their first rider only picked up a score of 1. That was Melina. Now, it means the team are on a score of 1, but any scores that come from Nela or their final rider will, of course, count. So it's immediately 2 fences going down, and suddenly that 8 penalties counts for Poland and pushes them onto a team total of 9. Nothing left for them to discard. Total is 8. They kept their calm after the 2 fences went down. So the Polish team moving on to a total of 9 as a best outcome. So that was Poland, who we'll of course come back to a little later on. Next up, it's the Italian team. Now the Italian team could yet still finish on 0 in round 1, but they are holding a discard of an 8. They've had a clear at an 8 so far. Ginevra Saluso Marefri riding Camille van de Ineron. The Italian then next up. Really positive round of jumping here, and they're jumping well. This is just what Italy needed. If she can get over the last, this is superb for the Italian team. They can still finish on a 0 score. They now have 2 clears. The 8 penalties may well still be held as a discard and sat there in the background, but they can ignore it for the moment. They've delivered 2 clear rounds. Italy, congratulations. Well done, Guinevere. So clears, of course, 2 of them is the story so far for the Dutch. And now, if they can make it 3 in a row, they are home and dry in round 1. They'll still jump their 4th rider, but they'll know they have a 0 score. Pedro Mancia Guerreros is up next. Hotmail des Forets is the 3rd combination out for the Netherlands. 2 clears so far for Dutch riders, Wim Bos and Fleur de Riske. What can they do with their number 3? To remind you, of course, if this combination does fault in any way, they can still deliver the 0 score with a clear from their final rider. Combination out of the way. Still 3 jumping efforts left though. Time will be fine. This is going very well for the Netherlands. 1 more fence to confirm the team are going to be on 0 going into round number 2. They have managed clear and clear from their riders to guarantee they will at least lead or have a share of the lead going into the 2nd round of jumping here in Linz. Superb news. The Netherlands looking on fire here this morning in the sunshine. Let's see what happens though. Hungary are up next. Yasmin Dora Daru riding Lord Lipso GS. Now the Hungarian team with 2 4s from their opening 2 riders on a best potential outcome of 4. Hoping that they could perhaps keep it that way. Because if they can keep it to 4, they'll only be a fence off the lead going forward into the 2nd round. This mare by Lodanus. Front rail goes, unfortunately, to count, and the Hungarian team will be on a total of 8 now. The best outcome. That's gone in the middle of the combination. This will be held as a discard. So Hungary counting the 4 penalties apiece from Laszlo and Zonia. Landing over the last, Yasmin Doradaru finishing on a total of 14 in the end because of the time penalties. So 14 is the final score for the 3rd of the riders from Hungary. So they, for the moment, sit on a best outcome of 8. Switzerland up next, who are on a best potential outcome of 5 with an 8 penalty discard. Annick Michel riding Aprori Diname. As this gelding by Livignon is up next. Swiss could really do with a clear about now just to try and consolidate that 5 penalty potential outcome. They do not want to drift too far down the order. Combination definitely rewarding a little bit of positive riding on the way towards it, as long as you're careful on the way out. Well, I said they could do with a clear. Is that to be the case? Yes, it is, and they've got the clear. Annick Michel keeping Team Switzerland within touching distance. Yeah, could finish on a total of 5, still holding that 8 penalty discard, but 5, a much better position to still be in. Now, Jonas Spreer next to go is Stacky's jumper rider. The German team, who of course had that refusal with their previous rider, but time penalties adding in, pushed them onto a total of 27. Now, the 27 is a discard, and they had a clear from their first rider, Grace Kuhner. So what happens over the next 60 seconds or so will have an impact on where Germany feel they're situated. Oh dear, that wasn't what they needed. Germany with their second rider, or their third rider obviously in the rotation, but it's the second combination for Team Germany that's had a stop. And of course the time allowed it is such that if you have a refusal, the chances are you're going to bring time penalties. And then again, as you start to ride forward and push on, you can pick up additional penalty faults. It's all going to count. 16 it is as a score. And Germany, who started so strongly, now in difficulties because they are on a best potential outcome of 16. So it's swung round and gone the other way. Only the Dutch are guaranteed a 0 score as it stands. Italy could yet finish on 0, as we know they've had 2 of their 3 go clear. And the Czech Republic are the other nation that could pull off that feat, but they also need a clear right here, right now. They have a discard of 5 and a clear round from Karolina Hammersmorova, who was their first rider. Now it is Emma's turn. Emma Donalova riding Alantino. Rider number 3 for the Czech team here with this mare by Lant 5. And it isn't to be, and that 4 immediately going to count on their score. So So the 8 penalties as is will be a discard. Time, oh, that makes it 12, and there's a time penalty coming as well. Number 2 of them. 14 is the discard score for the moment for the Czech team. So they move on to a total of 5.
73.25 for Czech Republic.
Hard in a way to judge. I guess you have to look at the scores as they are in Germany at the moment, with the disadvantage having gone from a potential share of the lead down to the bottom of the table for the moment as the best outcome of 16, but Poland and the Czech Republic and Hungary would all be vulnerable depending what happens. We've still got 2 to go in this third rotation. Celia Maria Čirek next up with Kasinea GZ is the third horse and rider combination out for Romania. Best potential outcome of 2 for the Romanian team. They're holding an 8 penalty discard and counting the 2 penalties of Aina Botja. Just tracking one of the who's through that part of the combination. Moves the team onto a 6 penalties as a best outcome. Four is the final score for Celia Maria Čirek and Casina. So the team moving on to a best potential outcome of 6. Well, Great Britain's third rider is Lucia Caroline riding Billy Piccadilly.
3 and 4 points so far
Plot Blue.
for Great Britain.
Now the British team, who have a best potential outcome of 3, holding a 4 penalty discard. If they can keep it to the 3, that would be handy for them to stay within a fence of the lead. She read the combination brilliantly. Made the adjustment after the triple bar, gave herself time. Just lost a little bit of that control coming to the second from home, unfortunately. You could just see the horse's head lift a little. She's also picked up a time penalty, so that is a total of 5 and the discard for the moment. 7 is the best outcome for Great Britain. So, as it stands, with one rider left to go in each of these 9 teams, the Netherlands, home and dry. Whatever happens with their final rider, we know they can finish and will finish on 0, but the Italians could also do the same if they get a clear. Best outcomes for the rest of them? Well, then you've got the 2 on 5, which is Switzerland and the Czech Republic.
so far.
You've then
for
got on
Poland.
6 Romania, 7 Great Britain, 8 Hungary, 9 Poland, and 16 for Germany. But with the way the discards have been held, I wouldn't want to say it's going to end up looking anything like that as we go down the order. It could swing one way or the other, and whichever way it does go, whoever finishes 9th is out at the end of round 1. The rest will come back after the individuals. So this Kazimirak riding leader 1 as the anchor rider out now for Team Poland. They could not have asked for a better way to finish it off. They were under pressure because of the elimination of one of the riders earlier in the team, but they in the end delivered the clear. And Poland, well, congratulations, securing their place in the next round and carrying forward a total of 9 penalties. Now the Italians again, this is for a share of the lead. The worst outcome is an 8 for Italy because that's the discard they're holding. But the opportunity is there to deliver a 0 score and match the Dutch. Here we go with their last rider. It is Cecilia Speranza riding Engine de la Mousse. Standing by Milo Carthago is the last in the team. Sadly, it won't be a 0 score. It's now a team total of 4. Which also means, from the Dutch's point of view, they're the only team going forward into the second round on 0. No issues on time, and it is just 1. 1 fence down, 4 is scored, and that is the total for Team Italy going into the second round. They will move just 1 fence behind the Dutch. So unfortunately, yes, it went down, but full marks to the Italian team as a whole. They've been pretty consistent across the board, and keeps them within a fence, or just 1 fence behind. So the last rider to go for the Netherlands, Minnie Vos, riding Haastkullen's Fantasy by Felice de Moos. Now the team know whatever happens here, they are guaranteed a 0 score, but I'm sure from a personal point of view for Minnie and a team morale point of view and confidence going into round 2, they'd like to see this young lady start her day with a clear round as well to complete a full house of 4 clears. Well, the others who have watched on from the other teams will be looking at what is an ominous performance by the Dutch quartet as they deliver a full house of clears. It's the first ever seen that this year. Well done to the Netherlands. Superb round to finish it off there from Mini Voss, but as a team of four they have delivered. So all of them clear, the 0 score and the lead going into round 2, the outright lead. Now for Hungary. They could yet guarantee their place on a score of 8 into round number 2, but the 14 penalty discard is hanging over them. Lara, next up, Lara Krispasic riding here with Variosa as the anchor rider out for Hungary. Brilliant performance from the Hungarian team. What a way to finish it off when you've got to deliver, and the delivering is exactly what they did there. Really had to ride their way out of that double as well. Nicely done, Hungary. Get to the other end of round number 1 on a total of 8. They're only 2 fences ahead, behind the lead. They've managed to keep themselves ahead of Poland. Now for the Swiss. Now they could finish this round on a total of 5.
Representing Switzerland.
Well, this is Emilia Vorocke riding here as the last to go for Team Switzerland. This is Saturn by Sander Kahn. Now the Swiss team, who have a discard of 8, been improving, but they're counting a 5, and they've had a clear from their previous rider. The worst outcome can be 13, but we'd much rather it was 5. And already picking up 4. Ooh, just about. In on the clock, that was what I was watching, finishing on the 4. So the Swiss team now level with Poland on a total of 9 at the end of round number 1. Well, this is causing Germany a bit of a headache. We haven't got to Germany yet, but those were discards that could have perhaps interfered. In fact, we're going to go to Germany next. I mean, they are in absolute need of a clear to try and put a bit of pressure on the teams that are to follow. And really, I'm just looking at the scores here. We've got a 6 with an 8 is 14. A 7 with a 5 is 11. So there's only the Czech team that have a discard big enough, even with a clear round here, to full foul of the 16 as the best outcome. So we're going to know in the next two horses whether Germany can get through. Max Kogler riding Gagari 28 as the anchor rider for the German team, needing a clear, and even then it might not be good enough. And oh dear, he's got into trouble. He went deep and he's on the fall. And I think that fence going down, in fact, does indeed confirm Germany are out. They will now at best finish on 20. The Czech team, the worst potential outcome, the worst outcome if they had to count the 14 that they're holding as a discard, would move them on to a total of 19. So there's a real shock for a team that started off with their first rider going clear and are going to end the first round not coming back in the second round. So from the clock, 4 is the score. Germany finishing the opening round on a total of 20. And well, by my maths, that puts them out. That fence was enough. They needed a clear, and then they needed faults to come from the next to go. And here is the final rider for the Czech team, Patrik Doptani, riding here with Cora, 685, Pacheco's son, Stallion.
Republic clear 5 and 14 points so far.
Next round, by the way, getting underway at 1 PM local time. Ooh, now they've gone sideways, and of course, had it not been for that fence going down from Germany, the Czech team would have been under a lot more pressure right about now. Sure, they'd still like, though, to try and finish as high up the board as they can, but time penalties, you would think, are inevitable.
Es sind
20 is the score, but I guess he knew the pressure was off in terms of getting into round two. They'll move on to a total of 19 as a confirmed score, but you know, that one fence it goes back to now. Okay, 18 result is the result of more than one round, but it comes down to decisive moments, and Germany are the team that have struggled most over the course of their 4 horses. Well, 2 to go in this round to lock things in. They'll know they've qualified for round 2, but Romania with Daria Maria Copos riding Castigo d'Adamo by Cascadero. This mare, anchor combination for the Romanian team, who could yet finish on a total of 6. What a way to finish things off. Well done to Daria. Daria Kopos has delivered a clear, and Romania 6 is the score, keeping them, as I said, within reach. You know, that's brilliant. Inside the 2 fence margin of the leading team. Keeping it all pretty nip and tuck between the teams so far. One more that could, there is one more to go, one more that could go one way or the other. The British team, who could secure a best outcome of 7 penalties going into the second round. They're holding a discard of 5, so the worst outcome for them would be 12. Now have Lottie Adams, and this is Khaleesi OL. Stallion by Diamant de Semeli. British team who've picked up 3, 4 and 5 from their opening riders. What a brilliant way to finish. They've got their clear. Lottie Adams anchoring the team for Great Britain to give them a clear round as well, and to ensure the team finish on a total of 7. So, looking forward to round number 2, and that round getting underway at 1 o'clock local time here in Linz in Austria. The Netherlands, who have secured that 0 score with a full house of 4 clears. Italy, who will go forward into round 2 on a score of 4. Romania on 6, Great Britain on 7, and Hungary on 8. I mean, how tight could that be? Well, it could be tighter, because then you've got the Swiss on 9, as on Poland. Czech Republic a little bit further back on a total of 19, but have qualified. Germany are out in round number 1, which is a big shock. So the Dutch in control. We'll see what happens in an hour's time. We're going to come back after the individual competition, and looking forward to that. I'll be back with you for the second round of the teams. And of course, the ponies to come a little later. That kicking off at 3:15. Ponies to follow. Great news. And then tomorrow we'll bring you the juniors and the young riders. All 4 here, 4 categories for this FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth.
Und es geht weiter hier 12 Uhr mit den Individual Riders der Children Tour Preis das Gestüt Bergwiese. 12 Uhr begin. The next class will start at 12 o'clock. The international competition for children individual riders.
Children individuell, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, um den Preis vom Gestüt Bergwiese gerichtet nach Fehlerpunkten und Zeit. Im Parcours kennen wir, führt über die Höhe von 1,30 Meter. Über 12 Hindernisse und 15 Sprünge, ist 420 Meter lang, erlaubte Zeit 72 Sekunden. 12 obstacles and 15 efforts. The course is 420 meters long. Time allowed is 72 seconds. Das erste Pferd ist bei uns, hört auf den Namen Jack Sparrow und wird geritten von Maribel Kompan aus Estland, Estonia. Vier Punkte an den Hindernissen und weitere 4 für Zeitüberschreitung. Macht 8 gesamt in 75,86. 8 penalties for time, 75.86 seconds. Alot Blue von Wegen ist bei uns. 12-jähriger Niederländer von Plot Blue unter dem Sattel von Lorenzo Spacciari aus Italien, Italy. Fehlerfreie Runde und 68,28 Sekunden, clear 68.28 seconds. Und wir kommen zu Jamaika EBH von Otangelo und Ducato, 11-jährige Niederländerin und Eleonora Youngman aus Großbritannien, Great Britain. Jamaica und Eleanor Youngman, fehlerfrei und 67,62, clear 67.62 seconds. Kaira Ipika, bei uns Oldenburg international gezogen, 13-jährige Stute von Kanan Malkassini 2 und Eva Berna, Polen, from Poland. Fehlerfrei geblieben, 68,87 Sekunden, clear 68.87 seconds. Es kommt Kilossery Crescendo an den Start und Jordan Shabakov aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Und da sind es 23 Punkte, Gesamt 15 für Zeitüberschreitung in 86,93. Total score of 23 points, including 15 for time in 86.93 seconds. Und dann kommt Larko Jones von Careto und Selina Regatschnik, Österreich, Austria. Schade, der zweimalige Ungehorsam von Larko führt zum Ausscheiden von Selina Regatschnik, eliminated due to the second disobedience. Mariano H. kommt zu uns, Niederländer, 8 Jahre erst alt, und Greta Manaresi aus Italien, Italy. Vier Punkte und 71,57 jetzt vor Penalties in 71.57 seconds. Merida Göderöde ist bei uns und wird geritten von Laura Jedrzejowska aus Polen, from Poland. Merida Göderöde und Laura Jedrzejowska bleiben fehlerfrei und 69,04 clear 69.04 seconds. Und dann Radiasa Etalon von Contender und Company und Lili Pushkash aus Ungarn, Hungary. Schade, der zweimalige Ungehorsam des Pferdes führte leider zum Ausscheiden. Eliminated for the second disobedience. Tiger Lily ist bei uns von Beach Boy, zweimal Contender. Wir begrüßen Edgar Reichert Eisenhardt, Deutschland, Germany. Acht Punkte und 70,43 Sekunden. Tiger Lily, Edgar Reichert Eisenhardt. 8 penalties it is in 70.43 seconds. Und dann kommt Tumblegum DTSZ und Thomas Worsley, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Fehlerfrei Runde 69,17 Sekunden. Tumblegum DTSZ und Thomas Worsley clear 69.17 seconds, 5th place so far. Und es kommt Ultimate Lobrizet an den Start von Lugano City und Iris Turki aus Italien, Italy. Fehlerfreien 67,84 Sekunden, clear 67.84 seconds. Gleidoyi geht an den Start und Roxandra Maria Florea aus Rumänien, Romania. ...67,14 Sekunden, Agledoyi und Roxandra Maria Florea die neue Führung, taking the lead with a clear round in 67.14 seconds. Alkepon Lady und Hedda Fluri aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. 24 Punkte gesamt, 12 davon für Zeit. 83,13. 24 points, 12 for time, 83.13 seconds. Findus geht an den Start und wird geritten von Henrik von Stein, Deutschland, Germany. Finderson und Hendrik von Stein, 8 Fehlerpunkte, 69,73. Penalties in 69.73 seconds. Apic Stikals geht an den Start und wird geritten von Carola Pedemonte aus Italien, Italy. Fehlerfrei geblieben, 68,76 clear, 68.76 seconds. Und da kommt Colorlight zu uns, 15-jähriger Walachen wird geritten von Stephanie Giorgio aus Zypern, Cyprus. Colorlight und Stephanie Giorgio müssen da ausscheiden, eliminated for the second refusal. Und es kommt Cooley Princess zu uns von Pollux de Musset und Phoebe Crossman aus Großbritannien, Great Britain. 8 Punkte und 69,38 Sekunden. Cooley Princess und Phoebe Crossman 8 penalties. Time 69.38 seconds. Und da ist Diana de Longria am Start von Dandy Dumaret und Julia Fischer, Schweiz, Switzerland. Diana de Langria und Julia Fischer sind 4 Fehlerpunkte, 69,95 Sekunden vor. Penalties sind 69.95 seconds. Dominator nun von Dominator 2000Z und Easy Boy und Mia Meinert, Deutschland, Germany. Gesamt sind es 20 Punkte, davon 12 für Zeitüberschreitung, in 83, 26, 20 points, 12 for time, 83.26 seconds. Double Ds nun, Niederländer von Quintenders werden Emilion und Nana Adams, Niederlande, Netherlands. Und auch hier fehlerfrei für die Niederlande, Nana Adams und Double D's, 65,64 Sekunden. Sie übernehmen die Führung, clear in the lead, 65,64 seconds. Und es kommt El Tigre de Buffon an den Start mit Olivia Stanislavczyk aus Polen, from Poland. Vier Punkte sind um 64,14 Sekunden vor Penalties in 64,14 seconds. Gold Dust und Kitty Adams, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Goldust und Katie Adams, fehlerfrei 66,98. Der zweite Zwischenrang, wir sehen sie wieder bei der Siegerehrung. We will see at the prize giving of the best 5, 66,98. Second place so far. Im schlechtesten Fall also Dritter, denn hier sind die letzten beiden, Hold Up Marin und Victoria Beck, Schweiz, Switzerland, last to go before the prize giving. Fehlerfrei über die Hindernisse, 2 Strafpunkte für Zeitüberschreitung, 73,22. Two-Time Fault, 73.222 seconds. Es gewinnt mit Double Ds. Nana Adams, wir freuen uns auf die Siegerehrung mit Kitty Adams, Oxandra Maria Florea, Eleonora Youngman und Iris Zucchi. Die internationale Springprüfung gerichtet nach Fehlerpunkten und Zeit. Children individuell den Preis des Gestütz Bergwiese gewinnt, fehlerfrei in 65,64 Sekunden. Double Ds und Nana Adams, Niederlande, the Netherlands. Wir gratulieren, congratulations! Darf Sie bitten, sich zu heben von Ihren Plätzen zu Ehren der Siegerin. Ertönt die Hymne der Niederlande. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the anthem of the Netherlands. Adams, congratulations. Die Siegerin wird vornehmen die Präsidentin der internationalen Jury dieser Prüfung, Frau Ursula Seipel aus Österreich, Petra Janert mit den Ehrenpreisen des Veranstalters und des Gestüts Bergwiese. Der zweite Rang. 66,98 Gold Dust, Kitty Adams, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Gefolgt auf Rang 3 von Agledoyi und Ruxandra Maria Florea, Rumänien, Romania, the third place, congratulations. Gratulieren zu Rang 4, Jamaica und Eleonora Youngman, Großbritannien, Great Britain, the fourth place. Und fünfte werden Ultimate Lobrizet und Iris Zucchi aus Italien, Italy, the fifth place. Das war die Siegerin. Wir dürfen uns bedanken beim Gestüt Bergwiese für die großzügige Unterstützung des Linzer Pferdefestivals und gratulieren nochmals der Siegerin Anna Adams und den Platzierten mit unserem Applaus auf der Ehrenrunde. De la Pafona. Congratulations, Nana Adams, Kitty Adams, Roxandra Maria Florea, Eleonora Youngman und Iris Zucchi. Congratulations. In den 10 Minuten, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, geht es hier weiter mit der zweiten Runde. 10 minutes to go for the second round of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Children.
Und nun, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, die entscheidende zweite Runde im FEI Nations Cup Youth Children. The second round, die zweite entscheidende Runde wird eröffnet nun von Dickens LB, geritten von Karolina Hasmanova, representing Czech Republic. 19 Punkte. Das Ergebnis von Tschechien nach der ersten Runde. 19 points so far for Czech Republic. Zwölf Fehlerpunkte in der Zeit für Karolina Hasmanova und das Team aus Tschechien. 12 points in the time for Czech Republic. Es geht weiter mit Polen. Wir sehen Denina, geritten von Milena Wojcikiewicz, representing Poland. Polen 9 Punkte nach der ersten Runde. 9 points.
So Poland on the 9 as we are underway on this second round of the Children's Nations Cup for Youth, and as we know, that first combination there for the Czech Republic, who of course start us off in this round on that score of 19, have finished on a total of 12. So we'll see now how Poland, who come forward on a team score of 9, get underway. Of course, the team we lost in round 1, sadly from the perspective of Germany, was the German team. But now we move on. Melina and Denina job for that single time penalty in the first round. The Polish are one of 2 teams on a score of 9. Time allowed, to remind you, around this course is 72 seconds. And they look like they're just a fraction faster than they were in the first one, which means instead of having any time penalties to worry about, they have a clear round. Great start for the team from Poland in round 2. They get a clear round to start things off. And a combination there that have been jumping awfully well, so congratulations to them.
Schweiz mit 9 Punkten nach der ersten Runde. Crisante de la Nache and Sasha de Sanaclens, representing Switzerland.
So we're on to the Swiss again. They are the other team on a total of 9, and this rider is their opening rider in the tour. It's Sasha Descartes riding Gristan Danaguez. The first rider, of course, Team Switzerland in round 1. She picked up a total of 8. Coming into the final line on the 4. Improvement so far over their opening round, and finishing off then with that improvement, they finish on a score of 4. So Poland with the clear, Switzerland with 4, Czech Republic with 12.
Und am Start nun für Ungarn mit Falika.
Dropping the same course as they did in the opening round. Now it's Hungary's turn. A combination that picked up 4 in round number 1.
8 points so far after the first round for Hungary.
Laszlo and Falika VA. Stallion Michael leading the line for Hungary. Team score of 8 starting this round.
Eine fehlerfreie Runde in der Zeit. Laszlo Nimrodos für Ungarn. Clear in the time for Hungary.
What a start for Hungary. What a start for Laszlo. See what it meant to him as well. Falika jumps the clear, and now Hungary have, well, they couldn't have asked for a better start. This combination is the first of the British partnerships. It is Maisie Riley riding Destiny. Now, this combination left all the fences up in round 1, but of course, they did pick up those 3 time penalties. Great Britain starting round 2 on a total of 7. It's really tight, to remind you. You've got Netherlands on a clear, Italy on 4, Romania 6, Great Britain 7, Hungary 8, and the Swiss and Poland are on 9. So hard to predict which way this will go, although you have to say that the Dutch looked pretty imperious after that first round when they all went clear. And already these two on 4. Safe on the clock, squeezes in by 900ths of a second, but does pick up a score of 4 for the first out for Great Britain in round number 2. That was Destiny and Maisie Riley. Romania's not Maisie, because it's Biborka Borskai and Quadria.
6 points so far.
6 penalties from Romania in round 1, a team that finished off with that clear round from their anchor rider. This combination actually with the discard in round 1, they finished on a total of 8. So far, so good. Biborka coming down to the last, and she's jumped it, and she's clear. There we go, Romania, who were sitting in third at the start of the second round, pushing towards. Got away with a little bit of a knock there. That happy horse double didn't make everybody happy in the opening round. It was a fence that was certainly pivotal. Now Italy. Now the Italians who had 2 clears of 4 and an 8 in round 1. This was one of their clear round combinations. Beatrice Daranzi riding Chiara della Kesca. The Italian team on that total of 4 at the end of round 1. And sadly not able to repeat the double clear. It's such a difficult feat. Well done. She got round for just the 4. She kept everything else standing, but there is that one fence down. So the Italians who start on that score of 4 here in round 2 start round 2 with a score of 4. I said the Dutch have been faultless. They really have. They have had 4 out of 4 clears in round number 1. Wim Vos and Sia Zachary Z. Going to start things off. We start things off with a clear round again. Netherlands will be looking to try and keep an advantage if they can. Gets that double out the way now to the silver poles over the tray, to the water, turn back, triple bar, and down to the combination. Oh no, it's gone. Again, proving how hard it is to bring together a double clear, and the frustration is obvious. Wim Vos and Sriere Zachary Z picks up a score of 4, but as we know, the other 3 riders also went clear, so I would still suggest the Dutch looking favourites, at least for the moment, as we conclude the first rotation of riders. We now move on to rotation number 2, so back to the Czech Republic, who have a team total of 19 from round 1 and a score of 12 in round 2, which is discarded for the moment. This is Beata Buršalova riding here with Chesto, gelding by Olemeta. This is a partnership in round 1 that finished on a total of 5 penalties. Losing their shape a little bit there, but they seem to have recovered it, and like we said earlier on, those 2 poles mean you can put your feet in the water. It doesn't matter too much as long as you get over the poles. It's not the water you've got to worry about. Time penalties again, unfortunately, just over on the clock. So 7 is the score, which for the moment moves the Czech team on to a total of 26 as a best potential outcome across 2 rounds.
Und jetzt für Polen am Start Nadago VDL, geritten von Alexandra Lewicka.
Now we move to Poland, who of course have had that brilliant start with Melina going clear in round 2. Now it's the turn of Alexandra Lewicka riding here with Nadago VDL.
Clear so far for Poland.
A team that started this round on a score of 9. Oh dear. Oh, of course, this combination sadly were eliminated in the first round, and it's not looking like it's going to be any easier for them in the second round. Hopefully they can, though, at least get to the finish. Just hasn't gone to plan at all today, unfortunately. So, Poland, though, for the moment, could yet finish on that score of 9. As we know, they got that nice clear round to start things off, which was at least a positive start. So now we move on to Joanna Boutel and Revenge, this for the Swiss team. Now this combination picking up 5 in the first round. There they are over in the left top of the screen. And the
Anstatt,
first Swiss rider in round 2, picking up a total of 4. So
Alexandra
best of luck to
Lewicka
these two.
zum Richterturm. Alexandra Lewicka, come to the judge box, please. Immediately.
Sounds like the
Und es
previous
geht weiter
rider
mit
has
der
been called to the jury
Schweiz,
box
mit,
immediately.
Revenge Johanna Beutel,
the judges.
representing Switzerland.
Congratulations.
9 und 4 Punkte bisher die Schweiz. 9 and 4 points so far for Switzerland.
So Johanna Beutel and revenge for the Swiss. The 4 as they come towards the finish. Finishing on the 4. Time. 72.88, just over, so it is a total of 5. It will be the hold, the discard score for the moment. The team on a best outcome of 13. So that was Johanna Beutel and Revenge. And 2 gone from the Czech Republic, Poland and Switzerland. Now it's Hungary. Another team that started brilliantly in this second round, because that clear round that came from their first rider, that of course was Lauslo. Now their second rider is Sonja Varga riding Vino. Picked up 4 in round 1. Well, unfortunately, picking up 4 again, but hopefully can keep it to the 4. Coming round to the happy horse double over the parallel, then the upright. Finishing that on a 4, just like they did in round 1. But for the moment, Hungary can still be happy enough that they could yet finish where they started on a score of 8. Great Britain, with their second rider in this second round, is Christina Cotton and Chikiri RVZ. British team's second round started with Maisie Riley scoring 4. So the team looking to try and stay on a score of 7, to which is the score they started this round on. Of course, though, if this combination was to have a fence down, then that would move the British score on to 11. Christina and JQ RVZ picked up 4 in round 1. Oh, what a brilliant round. Christina delivers a clear for Great Britain. And it means that they can keep the pressure on the podium contenders here.
For the team of
And Hungary, in fact,
Great
both looking strong.
Britain,
It's getting
Christina
awfully
Kappen.
tight.
Und jetzt für Rumänien
Clear rounds are what these teams need.
Ina Maria
This is
Borita
down, will of
representing
course
Romania.
really start to change things. Around Romania delivered a clear with their first
6
rider
Punkte
in
nach der
round
ersten
number
Runde,
2.
0 in der zweiten
So that
bisher
was
das Team
Baroka Borowska.
Rumäniens.
Now
6
it's the
points
turn of
after
Maria,
the first
or
round
Ina
and
Maria
clear.
Botja,
The
riding
second round
here
so
with
far for
Hesilios,
Romania.
Captain Morgan. This partnership jumped for 2-time penalties in round 1. Of course, Romania sitting in 3rd place at the start of this round. 1 fault, or 1 penalty ahead of the British, and 2 penalties behind the Italians, in sitting in 3rd place, Romania. So that 4 penalty score got the advantage of the clear from their first rider, so they'll stay on the 6. Just in by half a second, so 4 is the final score. Ina Maria Botja, Hesilios, J, Hesilios, Captain Morgan. 2 more teams to go in the second rotation of riders. The Italians go next. So close that if this Italian rider who goes next, was 8 penalties in round 1. If they were, this is Rebecca Gressel and Filiberto, to have a fence down, it would drop them behind Romania and Great Britain for the moment. Rebecca going very well. She's still got 3 jumps left. Time is good. Is it clear? Yes, it is. The Italians making sure that they can keep pushing towards the podium, and what that does, of course, is keeps the pressure on the Dutch as well, who are out in the lead at the moment.
For the team of Italy.
But, of course, their first rider did have a fault, or fence down, so
Well done, Rebecca Gressel.
First rider from the Netherlands was Wim Vos. Now he picked up 4, so I'll be hoping, of course, for a clear. If they get the clear here, they stay on 0 for the moment. If they were to have a fence down, they will fall level with Italy. Flerdriska here and Fantomos. moment. All is looking good. And that is the double clear. Well done to Fleur de Liskere, and congratulations to Vandermos, the Dutch rider, securing the double clear, the first of which to do so. And as well for the Netherlands, it keeps them that 4 penalties clear of Italy. We're going to take a short pause, a little bit of arena maintenance before we get the final 2 riders from each of the teams. As it stands, though, the order pretty much the same as was. So the way it's worked out at the moment, it's just the Swiss dropping back a little bit onto a score of 13. Everybody else has had at least 1 clear round, so therefore sort of can still finish where they started. We'll be back in a minute.
Es geht nun weiter nach der Pause in der entscheidenden zweiten Runde im Nations Cup Children mit Tschechien. Mit Alantino sehen wir Emma Dornalova, representing Czech Republic.
Well, here we go with the final two riders from each of the teams. Third rider now for the Czech Republic as we kick things back off again. And this is Emma Danilova and Alatino, Czech team, who've just fallen back a bit as this round's gone on. Needing to try and finish as strongly as they can. What a shame. Awfully close to delivering a clear, but it's still a massive improvement in terms of the overall score to the previous round, and that for moving the team on to a total of 30. So for the Czech Republic, their third rider, Emma Danilova and Alatino, finishing with just that 4 penalty score. Now to Poland, unfortunately with the elimination of their second rider, adding a little bit more pressure to these final two. Neladank riding Jaminka P. But the Polish team did start with a clear round from their first rider of this second round. That was Melina and Denina. That clear round has meant that they could yet still finish on a score of 9. These two picked up 8 in round 1. Safe and sound so far. Big round of jumping there from Nella and Jaminka P for what that will do to the team. Great news. They can still finish on the 9 penalty score. 2 clears out of 3 for Poland in round number 2. Great news. Well done to them. Of course, the Swiss, who are now started on that to score a 9, have slipped back to a score of 13. Now, the next up for Team Switzerland is Annick Michel, riding here with Aparori Dinamain. But this combination did jump clear in round 1. Can it be a double clear? double clear. Well done, Annick. So Switzerland just hanging on in that, but that double clear round, only the second of this Youth Nations Cup for children so far. And it goes then to the Swiss rider. Real high point for them. Now Hungary, clear in 4. All the way down the rest of the list. Hungary, Great Britain, Romania, Italy and the Netherlands. Between their first 2 riders in one way round, or one or the other, they've got a clear in 4. So now we go on. Yasmin Dora Daru and Lord Lipso GS. Third rider out for Hungary. 14 was the eventual score for these two in round 1. Now that fence did go down, so 4 moves the Hungarian team onto a total of 12. Put this score as the discard for the moment, with Yasmin there wrapping up on a total of 13.
Punkte sind es insgesamt, einer davon für
Count the 4 from that previous combination of Sonja Veloka and Vivero. So that means the team for Hungary now on 12. So that actually drops them behind Poland. Only 1 penalty ahead of the Swiss. Great Britain trying to hold on to their score of 7 and maybe put a little bit of pressure on the podium positions here today. They're able to do that. This is Yasmin. No, sorry, apologies. This is Lucia Caroline here, and Billy Piccadilly, the third team rider out for Great Britain. 5 penalties in round 1. Britain with a 4 and a 0 so far, so still sitting with the potential best score of 7. I thought she'd had the first part of the combination down, and I think she has, because the 4 is there. So Great Britain also now slide back onto a score of 11. But it is just the 4. No, it isn't. There's a time penalty again. So 72.59. It is a total of 5 there to be held as a discard. Great Britain moving on to a best outcome of 11, staying on that 1 penalty ahead of Hungary. 1 penalty, 2 penalties ahead of the Swiss team. Poland have moved ahead of them. Poland staying on that score of 9 for the moment. Now Romania on the score of 6 with their clear of 4. This is Celia Maria Sheraka riding Gasina GZ. Up for 4 in round 1. Third rider out for Team Romania. losing their way, coming round that corner and running off the front of the fence at the double. Gets in nicely lined up the second time, but 4 and Time will head their way. It means Romania definitely now having to count their current 4 penalty discard to move on to a team total of 10. So again, that's Poland climbing up onto the podium after 3 riders, potentially. Amazing what 2 clears will do for you. Jumping in time combined for a total of 21 in the end. The discard score then for Celia Maria Chirac and Cassina GZ. But Romania staying ahead of Great Britain, staying ahead of Hungary, staying ahead of the Swiss. They only drop them to 4th place, and it's just Poland's climb up into 3rd now.
Ginevra Saluzzo Matafieri representing Italy.
Well, this is the Italians now, their 3rd rider coming our way. One of their clear rounds as well from round 1, aiming for the double clear here is Ginevra Saluzzo Maranefri riding Camille van de Inneron. Almost lost for words as to the trouble the double seems to be causing out of nowhere. So we'll obviously wait to see what this score is, and it'll be the discard for the moment. The Italians dropping backwards. They now are on a best outcome of 8. Now Poland, who have had this mighty rise through the ranks, for the moment at least, have got their way up to 3rd. They can't quite overdo the Italians because the Italians... Oh no, it's an elimination!
Hier schadet zweimalige ungehorsame Resperdes für leider zum Aus von Ginevra Saluzzo.
Wow.
Eliminated for this
Combination that would clear in round 1, eliminated in round 2 for their second refusal. Well, that means the Italians now on a score, a best outcome of 8. What it does mean, a clear round from Pedro, and Hotmail des Forets wins this for the Dutch. In fact, they can afford to get
the Netherlands
5, 6.
0-4 und 0 Punkte bisher.
Can they? No, they can afford to get. I'm just looking at the total of Italy would be 8
so far for the Netherlands.
They could also pick up a couple of time penalties and still be okay. But really, let's look at it this way: if they have a fence down, they just go on to the 4th rider. But clear around here, and it's hats off to the Dutch. All the Dutch combinations clear in round 1 so far, with a 4 and a clear. But if they had to count the 4, the worst outcome then you see becomes a total of 4. The Italians can't better 8. It's all looking rather good at the moment. Pedro Mansur Guerreros. Time looks like it's fine, And the Netherlands win the Children's FEI Jumping Nations Cup for Youth here in
Double
Linz.
clear.
That double clear secures it for the Dutch. They can still yet finish on 0 with a clear from their final rider if they decide to jump them. But I'm not sure that they are going to need to worry too much. Meanwhile, Patrick Odani, quarter 6.85 for the Czech Republic to try and settle their score. They still hold a 12 penalty discard. They're at a best outcome of 30. The last rider for each of the teams now. We start back at the beginning with the Czech Republic. It was a 20 full total in round 1 for these two. Got through the double without any trouble. That was the fence that he had the stop at in the first round. Final line. 2 to go. He's had that one down. It's hard to tell with the upright against the angle, but for the score, and that brings them home on a total, by my maths at least, and the computers, 34 is the final total. Which means we now move on to the team that are trying to lock in a podium here. Clear round would do it. A clear round would guarantee them a top 3 finish. Poland's final rider who jumped clear in round 1. If they can do it again, what a moment it'll be. Gaia Kaczmarek and leader 1. And they'll have gone from 7th to a guaranteed 3rd, maybe even 2nd later. Jump this, guaranteed podium for Poland. Done. They've ended up with 3 clear rounds. Of course, sadly one of their riders was eliminated as they were in the opening round. But 3 clear rounds for Poland. They will end up on the podium. They're guaranteed 3rd. It could yet be 2nd. We'll see what happens with the Italians. Either way, Swiss up next, 13 the score.
9 points in the lead so far, Poland.
And
das Team der Schweiz mit Saturn.
It is the turn of Saturn and Malaya work.
Representing Switzerland.
Swiss team who could yet finish on a total of 13. Their best outcome. This combination picking up 4 a little earlier on. Picking up 4 again right at the start of this course. Oh dear, just got it wrong. You could just see that sudden moment where the horse just realised it's quite a difficult turn and just slightly drifted to the right. Just ended up a little bit too close. There was nothing more that could be done at that point, which is a fair shame for this combination and for the team. It'll mean that the team from Switzerland will finish on a team total of 18.
Es sind 15 Punkte insgesamt, 7 davon für Zeitüberschreitung in 78,77 Sekunden für Meiler, Wöcke und der Schweiz. 15 penalties in total, including 7 for time, 78.77 seconds. Das Endergebnis für die Schweiz 18
we move our attention on.
The total score for Switzerland 18 points. Für Ungarn sehen wir nun Ariosa, geritten von Lara Grepcik, representing Hungary. 8 clear, 4 and 13 so far. The team of Hungary.
Well, Lara Kostak here for Hungary, the team on a best potential outcome of 12.
Vier Punkte in der Zeit für Lara Grepcik. 4 points in the time.
Or it is the final score.
The score for Hungary after the second round, 16 points.
So there we have it, with that score of 4 as you heard there, it is a total of 16. It means they do finish ahead of the Swiss team.
Adams,
On that total of 18. Now it's the turn of Great Britain, of course, holding a 5 penalty discard. Hoping to try and finish on 11 here with Lottie Adams as the last British rider to go. Gave them a clear in round 1 with Khaleesi OL. Double clear. Well done, Lottie. No stronger way to finish for the British team, but it means that they finish on a score of 11. They will definitely now finish ahead of Hungary and Switzerland, obviously. It's a little bit of pressure on both Romania and Italy. We know that Poland are guaranteed a podium. They finished ahead of Great Britain. Who takes the other podium spot is still yet up for interpretation. Maria Copas Daria Maria Copas, Castigo d'Amor. Last rider out for Team Romania, who jumped clear in round 1. And she needs to jump clear in this round, otherwise they will fall behind Great Britain. They've only got a 1 penalty advantage. Doing everything she needs so far. 2 fences left to go. And this will keep them ahead of the British team. Well done, Daria Maria Copas there with the clear round to finish off, and a double clear, of course. 2 combinations in a row securing their double clears. And that means they finish on a total of 10. So Romania, congratulations. Again, Poland ahead of them. Poland guaranteed to finish ahead of them. The Italians, though, it could go either way. The elimination, which was a big surprise, has put them in a slightly awkward spot. They've got a score of 8, which means they only have 1 penalty over Poland, 2 penalties over Romania, 3 penalties over Great Britain. So 1 fence goes down, and they drop away at least 3 places. But this is their last out, and it is Cecilia Speranza. Jumped for 4 in round 1 in Jean Delamus. And it's gone. And with it, the order changed. And it means that Poland, who've gone from 7th at the end of round 1, will finish 2nd behind the Netherlands. Oh no. It's getting harder and harder. And that's 8 on the scorecard, all having to count. It's such a shame for the Italians having been the closest challengers to the Dutch at the start of this round. Crosses the line on a total of 8. Did well to recover. It does move them on to a total of 16, which is the same as Hungary. It'll ultimately be split with time. Hungary will finish ahead. No. Actually, with the children, they don't split it on time. It's equal. It's the others that split with time. So, in the end, Cecilia Speranza and Jean Delamus. And I think that's it, because there's no need for us to see the last of the Dutch riders, so they've withdrawn. And we have a full and final result. Congratulations to the Netherlands, who win this Children's Youth Nations Cup. Congratulations on a brilliant performance. Poland, well done in 2nd. Romania joining them on the podium in 3rd. And then Great Britain, Hungary, Italy, Switzerland, Czech Republic are the other teams involved. But well done again to the Dutch team on a quite brilliant sort of day of competition. We've still got another Nations Cup, of course, to come up in a little while, because we have the ponies coming up at 15:15. 3 this
Youth
afternoon.
children
So looking forward to that as well. We've got
is
teams
gewinnt,
from Germany, Italy, the Netherlands,
die
and Great Britain
Niederlande
involved in that one. And then more to come tomorrow as
auf
well.
Rang
So
2
well done
das
to
Team
the
aus
Netherlands. We'll leave you
Polen
with the
und auf Rang
presentations
3
and come
das
back and
Team
join you
Rumänien.
for the
Jene 3
ponies.
Teams werden wir
in
in
about an
wenigen
hour and 10.
Augenblicken bei der
See you soon.
Siegerung wiedersehen.
Das ist die Siegerehrung, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Children 2025 von Österreich. Und wir beginnen, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, mit dem dritten Rang. We are starting with the third place, with the 10 penalties, and the riders Bibarka Bokshai, Ina Maria Bochita, Celia Maria Shiriak, Daria Maria Kopos, and the chef d'équipe, Jonel Bukua, the team of Romania. Congratulations. Der zweite Rang. The second place with a total score of 9 points, and the competitors Milena Wojcikiewicz, Alexandra Lewicka, Nela Damch and Gaia Kacmierczak with Tomasz Wodarski, the chef d'équipe, the team Poland, the second place. Und der Sieg, the winner, with a total score of 4 penalties after 2 rounds. The competitors, Wim Vos, Fleur Dijkstra, Pedro Mansur Guarios, and Mini Vos with the chef d'équipe, Edwin Hogenrath, the team of the Netherlands. Und an dieser Stelle, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, darf ich Sie höflichst bitten, sich zu heben von Ihren Plätzen. Zu Ehren des siegreichen Teams ertönt die Hymne der Niederlande. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to stand for the national anthem of the Netherlands. So, at the end, we had the national flag of the Netherlands also on the big screen, and we are starting with the representative of the FEI to congratulate the third place. Wir beginnen mit dem dritten Platz, und das ist unser Foreign Judge, Mr. Francis Normandin, starting with the third place. Das Team Rumänien, congratulations once again. Bibarka Bokchai, Ina Maria Bochita, Celia Maria Shiriak, Daria Maria Kopos, Jonel Bukwa, chef d'équipe, congratulations once again to Romania. Alles gratuliert für das Organisationskomitee, Frau Petra Janot. For the organizer, Miss Petra Janot. Mr. Normandin, it's your part to congratulate the second place, the team of Poland, with Milena Wojciechowicz, Alexandra Lewicka, Nela Damp and Gaia Kacmierczak, and Tomasz Wodarski, the chef d'équipe. Second place, Team Poland. Und nun dürfen wir gratulieren unseren siegreichen Team, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Congratulations to the team of the Netherlands. Wim Vos, Fleur Dijkstra, Pedro Mansour-Guerrios, Mini Vos und Edwin Hogenrath. Das war sie schon, die Siegerehrung, meine Damen und Herren. Das war sie fast. Wir dürfen die Aktiven bitten. Jawohl, einmal noch die Ehrenpreise in die Höhe. Unser siegreiches Team der Niederlande. Und jetzt darf ich Sie bitten, wieder zurück auf die Pferde, wieder Platz zu nehmen. So, Ladies and Gentlemen, please remount. So, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, das war die Siegerehrung und wir dürfen bitten, zu unserem gemeinsamen Applaus die Niederlande, die Ehrenrunde anzuführen. The Lap of Honor led by the Netherlands. Da kommt das Siegerteam der Niederlande mit Wim Vos, Fleur Dijkstra, Pedro Mansour-Guerrios und Mini Vos. Congratulations, Team Poland, Milena Wojciechowicz, Aleksandra Lewicka. Nela Damt und Gaja Kazmierczak. Und sie kommen nochmal, das siegreiche Team once again, the winning team of the Netherlands.